5 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories and another day where we're going to see an increasing chance of rain. The timeline for this coming up during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Biden later today announces his budget for fiscal year 2024.
The White House says President Biden's budget proposal will slash the federal deficit even more than expected. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre telling reporters it will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade, saying that's a nearly $6 trillion difference between his plan and what House Republicans have put forward in their agenda.
We are trying to counter and really be fiscally responsible in what we're seeing on the other side.
Biden's budget release scheduled for 1:30 Middle Tennessee time today. He's going to do it from Philadelphia. Well, we're learning more about the kidnapping of 4 Americans that left 2 of them dead after they drove to a Mexican border town for cosmetic surgery. Matt Rivers reports from the Mexican capital.
The mother of survivor Latavia Tay McGee telling CNN that the white minivan carrying McGee and friends Eric James Williams, Zindell Brown, and Shaid Woodard was first hit by a van and then gunfire erupted.
Shaid and Zell and Eve, they all got shot at the same time, and she watched them die.
The 4 entering Matamoros around 9 a.m. on Friday so that McGee could get that cosmetic surgery. Nearly 2 hours later, gunmen opening fire on the group, then loading them into a pickup truck. Officials say the gunmen then took the group to various locations, including a clinic, to cause confusion and throw off authorities.
Right now in Nashville, TDOT released a report from Texas A&M that shows traffic congestion is costing you more than $1,000 a year. News 2 says they added up time, money, and gas, which comes to a total of $1,465 a year based on Nashville's traffic congestion. And the U.S. Census Bureau says it keeps getting more crowded in Middle Tennessee. 36 people move here every day. TDOT believes the best solution to fixing traffic congestion is choice lanes, which they have pushed through the proposed Transportation Modernization Act over in the General Assembly. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks steadied themselves a day after a massive sell-off. The Dow fell 58 points, but the Nasdaq added 46 for the session, and the S&P rose 6. A day after giving a Senate committee a warning about interest rates that sent a shudder through the financial markets. Fed Chair Jerome Powell is softening his comments a bit. He now says the central bank has yet to decide how large an interest rate hike to impose at its next meeting later this month. The Fed has been bumping up a key interest rate, which affects consumer and business borrowing, in an effort to bring inflation rates under control. The worry is that the Fed could raise rates too much, and that could trigger a recession. The White House is huddling with state and federal officials and others at a virtual meeting to fight so-called junk fees. They increase what consumers pay for everything from hospital visits and airline tickets to student loans and concert seats.
Now, futures point to a lower open on Wall Street this morning. Dow futures off 24, S&P off 10, NASDAQ off 72. Still waiting for the condition of U.S. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who was hospitalized last night after he tripped while attending a private dinner in Washington, D.C. The Kentucky senator is 81 years old. He was admitted to a hospital for treatment after tripping at that dinner. We'll keep you apprised as to Mitch McConnell's condition as soon as more is released. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, good morning. It's 5:07. In Nashville's morning news, Dan Mandis still enjoying his vacation, and he'll be back Monday morning right here on the Big Super Talker. You've got Ken Weaver in the newsroom, Mag Moray driving this ship, and yours truly, Johnny B., in for Dan Mandis today on what we call Friday Eve, Thursday. Should be a fun day. And before we get into the serious stuff, I want to talk about Dan Mandis's look right now while he's on vacation. I was shown a picture of Dan buried in the sand by Riker. And when you look at Dan close up, he looks like Walter from Breaking Bad. He seriously does, I'm telling you. I almost wanted to put under the picture, hey, are we heading to the Winnebago?
I'm the danger.
Let's get to cooking. Anyway, Dan will be back on Monday, and everything will be right with the world then. Anyway, and just having a little fun with Dan. He's grown a mustache. It looks good, but just the sun hitting his eyes and him squinting, he looked just like Walter to me.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. You need to check the picture out. Well, anyway, looks like President Biden's going to do what Democrats do. He's planning to unveil a series of major tax hikes. And, of course, it's on the people that, that are out there that want to have a class war. They're going after billionaires, investors, and those making above $400,000 as part of his administration's aim to reduce the deficit, which this won't do. The budget request is slated for release today. It calls for a 25% minimum tax on billionaires and would nearly double the capital gains tax rate from 20% to almost 40%. And, of course, it also says that it would raise taxes on corporations to 28% from the 21% set by Trump's tax program. It also close loopholes that allow wealthy investors to avoid taxes on investments. So those of you that work for corporations, be prepared. Be prepared to see some slashing at work if this thing passes. And even before it passes, because businesses usually will make decisions ahead of growing or looming disasters. So anyway, we want to get back to this. This was first reported by Bloomberg. And they said rich investors, those making at least $1 million, will see their taxes on their long-term investments nearly double from 22% to almost 40%. Now, the plan is part of Biden's larger proposal to cut deficits by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade. That's according to the White House. The deficit reduction goal is significantly higher than the $2 trillion that Biden had promised in his State of the Union address last month. It also contrasts sharply with House Republicans who have called for a path to a balanced budget but have yet to offer a blueprint. But we'll get to that in a minute because they met as well. Anyway, according to White House Press Secretary Cringe Jean-Pierre, as Dan calls her, this is something we think is important. This is something that shows that the American people, that we take this seriously. Folks, the problem with this, as I pointed out, you can try to hurt the rich all you want, but you're not going to. And my question is, why do you want to? What's the end game? They're talking about cutting the deficit, but trust me, they're not going to be able to, not the way these guys spend. And taxing people that are, because, I'm not rich. Trust me, nowhere close.
Sure.
Not even close, not even the ballpark. There are people out there that foolishly believe I make a six-figure income. Folks, I don't. But at the same time, I do not sit and go, that Del Giorno, he should let go a little bit of that money and give it to me. No, I never think that way. I've never had class envy. Now, I've wanted to be rich. Oh, sure. I mean, everything I've done in work is to try to be successful and get wealthier. And with what I've been doing, I've had years that have been great, the years that have been not so great, like right now. Right now, with everything going the way it is in this country, during what they say is not a recession, which I believe it is a recession already, things are kind of tough. But all you're going to do when you soak the rich, everybody's going to get rained on. So you raise taxes, you raise capital gains. I mean, I hate to inform you, but these people are already paying a high tax rate. They're paying the majority of the taxes. And the thing is, it won't stop at them. It's eventually going to have to come to us, the middle class, because there's more of us than there are of them. And there's not enough of them to do what the president is after. And so eventually, all of this taxing is going to come down on the middle class and the working class, the working poor. Now, these are the people I care about a little bit more than I do anybody, because that's the problem. See, that's been my whole problem over the years with the Democrat Party. They say they're for the little guy, but if you ever notice, their solutions, quote unquote, always hurt the little guy, always hurt the working poor, always hurt the middle class. In some way, form, or fashion. They do. That's why this is just the old Democrat tax and spend that we've been having to deal with for years and years, and they never learn. I don't know why that is. They just don't. But some in the Republican Party, well, they've met, and some say Biden just isn't worried about the things he should be worried about. It's 5:15. It's time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Brother Jack. Looks like it's going to be cloudy today. We should see some scattered rain showers this afternoon. The high will be near 60 degrees. Currently, 44 degrees and cloudy on Nashville's Music Row at Super Talk 99.7 WTN, where the Super Talk lasts all day long. Plus, you have Super Talk TV. You can catch it on Twitter, Facebook Live, Twitch, and YouTube. And you can also chime in on the Super Text line, 615-737-9986. I have failed to put that up yet, but I will, I promise. But anyway, Biden's new spending package is unlikely to pass the House or the Senate as proposed. They say that Senator Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said Tuesday that the plan will not see the light of day, a sign that it might primarily serve what? Gosh, this drives me crazy. My computer keeps refreshing, and it's hard to read. But anyway, they say the plan will not see the light of day, a sign that is primarily to serve as a messaging document going into the 2024 elections. So that's the president's plan to cut the deficit, is basically take it out on the producers, basically. House Republicans, they plan to focus on the federal government's $31.4 trillion debt. That was in a closed meeting yesterday. The Democrats and Republicans are expected to hear from the director of the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, Philip Swagel, who has warned that the federal debt will surpass the size of the U.S. economy within the next decade if no steps are taken. And this is why I've always been for Rand Paul, because the only person that seems to truly understand about how bad the deficit is and the best ways to bring it down is Rand. But for some reason, He's not connecting with voters. I don't know why. Because I think the guy is one of the best out there, and I think he would make a great president. He was my choice last time, well, when during the 2016 election. But he blew it because he went after Trump, and Trump was just too formidable of a foe to go after. And plus, he did it right on the first night, which was not smart because Trump outsmarted him. But I'm telling you that Rand Paul, his plan to cut the deficit is the best that I've ever seen. Now, today, of course, Biden's going to unveil his plan that is expected to reduce the deficit. And I'm telling you, it's not going to do so. The Republicans are expected to follow up by April 15th and have been eyeing $150 billion in cuts to non-defense discretionary programs for 2024 that would reset spending to fiscal 2022 levels and save $1.5 trillion over a decade by holding spending increases to an annual 1%. In fact, if there ever was a time, if I could have a job in Washington, D.C., I'd want to have the office of no. Anytime someone came to me wanting more money, I would love to be that person. No. Because that's what you need. See, it just seems like for so long in government, we've had people in charge that act like college students with a credit card that has no, I mean, it's supposed to have a limit, but they keep raising it. Hey, Mom, we spent too much on pizza. Can we get the credit limit raised? Sure, hon. We'll take care of that. It's kind of the way the government acts. And they want you to pay for it. Yeah, we'll come raise your, talk about Social Security. Now they're wanting you to work to what? Till you're 70? You don't even, or 75 even. I've heard that floated. Who do they think we are? Do they think we all work in Congress? That we're all 81 years old? No. We'd like to enjoy our retirement a little bit, but the way it's going, we're not going to. And by the way, since Joe Biden is really going after people that are rich, shouldn't he go after himself? Because look at him. And how did he get that rich on what he makes as a politician? The man has 3 homes, 3, and a mighty nice looking Corvette that I get really nervous even if he backs it up in the driveway. But Senator Cornyn had it best. Well, I don't know what that is. Something that is taking off on here that's not my doing. Oh, there we go. Sorry. I hate this system sometimes. But anyway, Senator Cornyn said it best about Joe Biden and this White House. They just don't get, they act like their priorities are not where they ought to be.
It's misplaced priorities, where somehow climate change is more important than saving the lives of about 100,000 Americans.
Yes, especially when it comes to fentanyl deaths, that's what he's talking about. Next hour, we're going to get into some serious talk about China. And it's chilling because there's an expert out there that's saying China is ramping up. And he has a statement that really chilled me to the bone. We'll play that for you next hour. We'll also have the gang of 3 amigos to lighten things up a little bit. It's too early in the morning for all this serious stuff. It's 5:21. It's Nashville's Morning News. We've got more on the way on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Previewing President Biden's budget proposal he releases today, and Republicans already responding. News 2 has a story about license plate reader cameras in Nashville. The pilot program started on Monday. Metro Police already reporting results. And 2 subjects dominated yesterday's Senate hearing on the top global threats to America. We'll tell you about those at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hell of a tease, Ken. Thank you so much. It's 5:28 on Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for the vacationing Dan Mandis. And coming up at 7:30 this morning, the executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association, John Harris, is going to join us. Of course, a lot of gun owners, and probably John himself, not too happy with some of the elected representatives and how they opposed enacting constitutional carry laws that you would probably be interested in. So we'll be talking to him at 7:30. Coming up is the gang of 3 amigos with myself, Ken, and Brother Mac. And one of the things we'll be touching on, can money buy happiness?
Give me some and I'll tell you.
Yeah. My sentiments exactly, Ken. My sentiments exactly. But we'll be covering that and so much more, having a little fun on this Thursday morning, Friday Eve on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. And as the day goes on today, there will be an increasing chance for widespread showers. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Well, the White House says President Biden's budget proposal he releases today will slash the federal deficit even more than expected. Nearly $3 trillion over the next 10 years. Meanwhile, he's been warning Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security, which Speaker Kevin McCarthy says is a lie. Speaker McCarthy says Republicans are trying to save those programs.
We can no longer ignore the major problem that we have, the size of our debt.
Biden's budget release set for 1:30 Middle Tennessee time today. Right now in Nashville, News 2 says Metro Police say they're already seeing results since the license plate reader camera pilot program started on Monday. They report 22 hits on stolen vehicles with 2 arrests and recoveries. District 26 Metro Council member tells News 2 the LPRs will also help identify and locate street racers without dangerous police chases.
We really have to focus in on enforcement and giving our police department the tools that they need to enforce the law. I think once we get LPRs fully up and running, I think that's going to be very, very helpful. Metro Council member Courtney Johnston says there is a map online where you can see where the license plate reader cameras have been placed. 2 subjects dominated yesterday's Senate hearing on the top global threats to America.
COVID-19 and TikTok.
Senator Marco Rubio questioned FBI Director Christopher Wray on whether TikTok, which is owned by a Chinese company, could censor videos to shape U.S. public opinion. TikTok's CEO has insisted the company would never provide Americans' data to the Chinese government. Another hot topic at the hearing, the origins of COVID-19 and the two leading theories. Either the virus evolved naturally or it leaked accidentally from a lab in Wuhan, China. Dr. Robert Redfield, the CDC director under President Trump, testified he was excluded from discussions about the origin of the virus by Dr. Anthony Fauci and other scientists because he believed the lab leak theory warranted investigation.
Andrew Dembert reporting, and the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
yes. That lovely music. You know what that means? No, it doesn't mean you're getting a chimichanga. It means you're getting the gang of 3 amigos. And this morning, amigo number 1 in the newsroom. Yes, indeed. Senor Ken Weaver. Good morning, Ken.
I'd go for a chimichanga.
I would, too.
2 of them, actually.
Oh, yeah. Bring them on.
Smothered in cheese.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, cheese dripping off the plate.
Yes, sir. Oh, let's go all the way. Let's get a shrimp fajita. Make it boiling when it comes. You know, I love that sizzling sound when it comes to your table.
Yes, sir.
And a lot of chips and salsa. Yeah, baby.
But it's like the whole restaurant knows you got a fajita just because you're
just
walking by people's tables. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They got fajitas. And ladies and gentlemen, a much better looking fajita than the other 2 here. And a young man straight out of the great state of Kansas, the state I'm from. Mac Morey is here. Good morning, Mac.
Good morning, boys. How are you?
Doing great.
Doing good, man.
I've been waking up at this time now. This is the 4th day in a row. I'm telling you, I don't know. You guys are masters. I don't know. Does it ever get easier?
No.
It's always okay. Great.
No. You just get used to pain.
You just
and suffering.
Yes. It's like when you hear that alarm and you look and you go, oh, my God, it's only 1:30 in the morning, and I'm getting up.
In the evening, your family is all gathered around and having fun, and then you look up, and it's 7 o'clock. Oh, Daddy's got to go to bed.
Well, and what's really bad is when I guest host, I go to bed at Dan Manda's time.
Oh.
Now, that's early.
So what is that, 6?
About 5 or 6, somewhere around there.
He's been known to go to bed around 4:30.
He has.
Wow.
And that's because you got to get ready for the day, and it's tough.
So, see, you could actually see Brother Dan Mandis at a Luby's or a Denny's. Getting that, what is it, early bird special?
Yeah.
Like eating dinner at 3 o'clock.
And looking like Walter from...
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, the new mustache look.
Yeah.
Looking like he's trying to meet Tuco or something.
I mean, yeah. Hey, you going to meet Jesse over at the Winnebago today?
Dan Mandis taking on Tuco. That would be something.
I don't think that would go too well.
I don't think it would.
I love Dan, but I'm picking Tuco.
Hey,
boy, Tuco.
Hey, Tuco, I think you shanked that.
Hey, Tuco. Need to bring down the prices, Tuco.
Dang, boy. Tuco, he'd just snort some more meth and get madder.
Yes, he would.
Just get Tuco and Dan.
I mean, the mustache is looking good, but what the picture I'm talking about, I think it doesn't Riker have him buried in sand?
Got him buried in sand up to his head, Brother Johnny B.
And the sun is in Dan's eyes.
Yeah, it's in his eyes. His eyes are closed.
So he's squinting.
He's squinting.
And he's got that mustache.
Mustache is getting a little bit darker.
And I swear to you, my wife showed it to me yesterday, and I said, "That's Walt." That's Walt.
I just looked at it. It is similar.
Jesse.
Starring.
Jesse, we need to cook now. Let's get to cooking. Tuco's coming, Jesse. Tuco doesn't like me.
We're going to pay for this, you know.
Mac, that's funny, man. I'm not going to get that image out of my head.
I'm not either.
Dan Mandis going up against Tuco.
I don't know why we're finding this so funny. But
you think when someone knocks at the door, they're scared? No, I'm the danger.
Okay, we've lost control. We've lost total control of the show.
Oh man!
But I mean, it's been on my mind since I saw the picture.
Yeah, I think it's on the Dan Mandis page, the Dan Mandis Show Facebook page.
Yeah, you must check it out, folks. And I'd love to hear from you, super texters. If you can look at the page and then super text us, see what you think.
Oh my gosh!
It does look like Walt a little bit because it was a little concerning. It was like, you may want to get Riker away from him.
Yeah.
He looks intense.
If he had one of those hats on, it would be uncanny.
It really would. Yeah, it really would. But
that's great.
Well, anyway, it is the gang of three amigos. We went out of control for a minute, but I'm sorry, blame McMorray.
My
He
fault.
put a great mental image in our heads we couldn't get rid of, and still can't. But two experts asked the question: can money buy happiness? These two scientists say that it can. And I have to agree. I think whenever I make a little more jack and I've got a little more in the bank, I'm a little happier.
Oh, yeah, I know I am.
Because right now I'm not. I'm bordering on not being happy.
It's hard, man, brother, Johnny B.
Well, I mean, gosh, look at the prices at grocery stores.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Everything's gone up.
Yeah,
and I love the Biden White House because they constantly want to tell things are great. More Americans are working. They got raises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting mad at you for focusing on how much more money you're having to spend and the things you're having to do without.
Exactly.
It's your fault for thinking about that because you should be thinking about all the good things that they say are happening or are going to happen, but they seem to never come to fruition.
Very true. And according to these two scientists, now one of the scientists, I do believe, said that people's joy levels out when their income hits $75,000 a year.
So what do you mean levels out?
Oh, basically, anything below $75,000, you're not a happy person.
You're not happy.
You're not happy.
Gotcha.
Great.
You're not going to be living the high life, so to speak.
Gotcha.
No, I mean, that's fair. I think more than buying happiness, it probably relieves stress and anxiety.
Well, I think that's the key. Because I'm happy. I mean, I'm happiest I've ever been, with my job. I like working with the people I work with. I love my home life. My wife is ornery as hell, but I love her very much. And she is everything I've dreamed of. So, I mean, I'm happy, but I'm just not, the money situation hasn't been as good this year with everything that's happening. And I know a lot of you are going through the same thing. So my father actually gave me some great advice toward the end of his life. He told me, he said, all these material things, all this, he said, those aren't important. What's important is to go outside. Like if you see a beautiful day, enjoy it. Or if you see a beautiful flower, he said, that is happiness. And he said, happiness is really in the simple things in life. And I tend to agree with him on that. I don't think money can buy you happiness.
No.
But I think Mac hit it. I think if you make more money, you feel a little more secure because you can pay bills. You've got a little money to breathe with, and you're not scared of the upcoming emergency that might happen.
Exactly. Your car breaks down, you're not screwed, whatever it may be. Yeah.
Right. And so I think that's where it really lies.
And it probably gives you more time and peace to look at those little things in life and go, wow, that's amazing. That sunset's beautiful. That made me happy, or whatever it may be.
Right. You just said it. You don't have time to reflect like that if you're working two jobs or if you're, struggling to make ends meet. You're not enjoying the simple things. They're passing you by. So, and if you ever wonder why I don't like to vote Democrat, that's why. Because they tend to, take things away. I don't know if you guys saw this, but an exotic wild cat is now at the Cincinnati Zoo. He had a really bad time. He was on cocaine.
Oh.
He was confirmed to be a serval. Okay. Tested positive for cocaine once it was captured. The cat was spotted early January 28th when residents reported a leopard in a tree. They thought it was a leopard.
Looks like one.
Yeah.
Just got a little head.
The cat, named Amory, is receiving medical treatment. It's unclear how the cat was exposed to the cocaine. They say they're native to Africa and cannot be legally kept as pets in Ohio. What is it about Ohio? There are more people up in Ohio that love having exotic pets.
That's Florida.
Florida, too.
Yeah.
But, Ohio is that way. Ohio is a very bizarre state.
Yeah, I think it was Ohio where somebody's big snake ate their dogs or something like that.
Well, and it was also a place where a gentleman, He had this place, I think it was called the Wilds.
Yeah, it had a bunch of poison snakes, and they found him dead.
Well, this guy had all kinds of exotic. He had tigers, and he let them all loose. And,
that's right.
And they had to get the dude from the Columbus Zoo. What was his name? Jack? I forget his name now. But anyway.
Jack Tiger.
Old Jack Tiger. But he had to go out and, unfortunately, shoot these animals, kill them, destroy them, because there was no way to capture them.
So what'd this cat do that was on cocaine?
That's all it said. It said that he's now in the Cincinnati. It was kind of a nothing story. Just said that he tested positive for cocaine. Don't know how he got it, and now he's at the Cincinnati Zoo in rehab.
Boys, we need to put out a press release. This cat here is high on cocaine.
It's the sequel to Cocaine Bear.
But yeah.
Man, they need to get him to come up here and make a motion picture about us.
You know what's weird? Right now in the movies, like Cocaine Bear is what, like number 1?
2 or 1,
and the Jesus Revolution is struggling. That tells you all about our society, where our priorities. We won't see that Cocaine Bear.
Yeah. And then for salvation, we'll wait till Jesus Revolution comes out on Netflix.
Very true, Ken.
It is legal to own a serval in 16 states in this here country.
Wow. You are kidding me.
You can own a serval without a license in North Carolina, Alabama, Nevada, and Wisconsin. You can get a license to own one in Texas, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Maine, Montana, Idaho, North Dakota, and South Dakota.
Well, son of a gun.
But not Tennessee. You better not have one of those cats here in Tennessee,
Better
especially
not.
if you got cocaine. That'd be a double whammy.
It sure would.
Drop the cocaine charge. Let's charge it with the exotic.
And
pets.
keep your CBD gummies away from your feral cat.
So there may be some of these running around down in Alabama.
Oh, won't that be? That's comforting.
And Mississippi.
There's comfort. I mean, there's people that are there are people in basements in Alabama that are scarier than these animals.
Yeah, I've lived in 2 of those states.
Yeah, I'm
looking at the super text line. Jason says, "Don't pack your bags yet, Mac. It's an actual cat, not a cougar."
I love this.
Ridiculous.
I got to add this because we were talking about Gary Rosington. We were talking about Gary Rosington the other day.
Yeah.
The special I was thinking about, it was on VH1. It was called Uncivil War. And it was the story about Leonard Skinner and all the fighting that was going on amongst the members.
Yeah.
It was very well done. And I can't remember Jake Tapper. It was when he was a young cat. He was working at VH1, and he did the story, and it's hilarious. It's hilarious to watch because they're all fighting in it. They all argue about the plane crash, their recollections of it. It's hilarious, and I would strongly suggest any Skinner fan watch that. It's
that sounds good.
Uncivil War. I love the super text line because, man, you folks out there on the super text line are fun.
You got to be careful of them servals.
Yeah, these super texters are great.
Listen to this story.
Okay, tell us about the serval.
One named Copper.
Oh, it's my dog's name.
A 4-year-old serval named Copper, used by the zoo as an educational animal in thousands of interactions with people of all ages, one day suddenly attacked a young boy.
Oh, man.
Left him with scratches all over his head.
Oh.
That happened in the UK.
See, that's why I don't think it's a good idea to own exotic animals. It's just not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, just regular house cats can be dangerous.
Well, even your dog can be dangerous.
Not little Fritz.
Oh, yeah, little Fritz ain't good.
Not Fritz.
He could take a toe off if you're not careful.
He might bite your ankle.
Yeah.
I wonder about Bandit.
Yeah, well, we know what Bandit does to Dan.
Yeah. Makes his life a living hell, he does. It's 5:52. That's it for the Gang of 3 Amigos. It went off on some wild tangents. I think it all started with Dan's picture from Florida. What's this?
Him and Tuco.
Money can't buy happiness, but you know what it can buy?
But it can buy me a boat.
Yes.
Yeah!
It can buy me a truck.
Oh, yeah.
It can buy me a Yeti 110 ice down with some bullet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They can buy you a boat. You can call it happiness. I found happiness.
Until Tuco comes along and takes it.
That's or Walter comes to your door, and he's really Dan Mandis. Anyway, coming up next hour. Oh man, China. Oh, you won't believe. It's unbelievable. China. We got real problems in this world, man. We got some problems. We got to take care of them. We'll try to do so right here on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You can buy me a truck.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. An increased chance for widespread showers as the day goes on today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Biden releases his proposed 2024 budget today, which the White House claims will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years by, in part, taxing whom they claim are the rich, people making more than $400,000 a year. Republicans say Biden has been lying when he claims Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security. Speaker Kevin McCarthy says Republicans are just trying to save those programs.
We can no longer ignore the major problem that we have, the size of our debt.
Biden's budget release scheduled at 1:30 Middle Tennessee time today. Well, two subjects dominated yesterday's Senate hearing on the top global threats to America, COVID-19 and TikTok. This is Senator Marco Rubio questioning FBI Director Christopher Wray.
But they use it to drive narratives, like to divide Americans against each other. For example, let's say China wants to invade Taiwan, to make sure that Americans are seeing videos arguing why Taiwan belongs to China and why the U.S. should not intervene.
Yes, and I would make the point on that last one in particular that we're not sure that we would see many of the outward signs of it happening if it was happening.
As for COVID,
the FBI has long assessed, going all the way back to the summer of 2021, that the origin of the pandemic was likely a lab incident in Wuhan.
Right now in Nashville, TDOT released a report from Texas A&M that shows traffic congestion is costing you more than $1,000 a year. News 2 says they added up time, money, and gas, which came to a total of $1,465. And the U.S. Census Bureau says Nashville's area keeps getting more crowded, with 36 people moving to Middle Tennessee every day. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
The Dow Jones logged a second consecutive daily loss on Wednesday, giving up 58 points to finish at 32,798. The S&P rose 5.5 points. The Nasdaq gained 0.4%. Trade between the U.S. and the rest of the world grew in January, another sign that 2023 started stronger than expected. Imports into the U.S. were up 3% to nearly $326 billion. Exports rose nearly 3.5%. Health officials are alerting consumers to 2 more recalls of eye drop. It comes because of the risk of contamination that could lead to vision problems and possible serious injury. The latest recalls involve products from PharMedica and Apotex. Fears of a recession and falling stocks haven't dampened the enthusiasm of classic car collectors. The auction on Amelia Island, Florida this week logged sales topping $178 million, including $18 million for a 1962 Ferrari 250 GT California Spider.
Well, futures are mixed before the opening bell on Wall Street, and they are in a narrow range. Right now, Dow futures up 5, S&P down 7, NASDAQ down 58. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Good morning. It's 6:08. It is Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for the vacationing Dan Mandis. Don't you dare worry. Dan Mandis is coming back on Monday, and we're looking forward to his return. You have Ken Weaver in the newsroom, Mac Morey in my spot guiding this flight. Glad you chose us to fly with. You can also check us out on Super Talk TV. Why you'd want to, I have no idea. But if you do, that's cool. We like that. Check it out on YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitter, and Twitch. Or you can also get a hold of us, 615-737-9986 on the big super text line. Some of you guys are hilarious. And now I've got people constantly comparing me to Tommy Chong. It used to be just my sister. Now all of you are doing it, including a neighbor of mine who put up a picture of Tommy Chong and said that.
What is it? Oh, sorry. Keep going.
No, you go ahead.
What is it people say you sound? Who is it people say you sound like?
Casey Kasem.
Casey Kasem. My dad said that on Monday.
Did he really?
He didn't even hear this conversation. He just texted me. He's like, this guy sounds like Casey Kasem. Yeah.
Wow.
So it's, yeah.
Well, at least he said Casey Kasem, not like an old Casey Kasem.
No, he didn't.
Like they said on the super text line.
He did not say that.
You could have left that part out. But anyway, well, tell your dad thank you for that. I consider that a compliment because I always liked Casey Kasem's voice.
Great voice.
Yeah. And I wish I could have. See, I could have been Shaggy. In fact, maybe I'll go next time they come up with a Scooby-Doo movie, yes. I can be Shaggy or Tommy Chong. Anyway, China is a big, big worry, especially since this administration, I'm not saying they are, but it just seems like they're owned by them because nothing much is being done about them. Gordon Chang, you may have seen Gordon. He is the author of The Coming Collapse of China, the Great U.S.-China Tech War, and he's also been on various programs. He's kind of an expert on China. Well, he appeared on Newsmax on Wake Up America, and he had a very dire warning for the U.S. About China.
This is like Japan in the 1930s, Allison. We should be expecting war very soon.
That's pretty chilling. This is like Japan? Good Lord. Back in the day? And we should expect war very soon? According to Gordon, he said that the Biden administration needs to take a tough stance because that's what China understands, is a tough resolve. And that's what the Biden administration needs to do.
First of all, we should be putting our military on higher alert. We should be getting ready for imminent conflict. I don't think it will happen, Allison, but if we prepare, we will convince the Chinese that they will pay an enormous price should they go to war. So it's important right now to establish deterrence. And the most important thing is that they need to hear the President of the United States change his tone, issue severe warnings from the White House, and making sure those warnings are not contradicted by his press secretary and by the Secretary of Defense. It is now critical that we show a United States that is indeed united.
Well, he also adds that the Biden administration always says, well, they don't want conflict. But according to Gordon, China really does. He said he thinks the official in China, he warned Tuesday, an official there, warned that Beijing and Washington are on a course for conflict and confrontation if the U.S. doesn't change its actions. And Gordon had this to say about that. If I can get it to play. Thank you.
Well, she's been influential for quite some time. And this warning.
Okay, I got to stop this. He was talking about North Korea and Kim Jong-un's sister, who has come out with some pretty heavy talk about going after the U.S. because of some war games being played with the U.S. and South Korea. And she claims that they're going to start testing nuclear weapons again. And Gordon weighed in on that and how dangerous North Korea could be.
Well, she's been influential for quite some time. And this warning about shooting down something over the Pacific should remind us of what the North Korean foreign minister said 5 years ago, that the North Koreans would test an intercontinental ballistic missile tipped with a nuclear weapon that would detonate over the Pacific. Now, every nuclear country has detonated something in the atmosphere. North Korea has not. And so we should expect the North Koreans to do this. They've been threatening this for a long time. They haven't done it, but they do probably have the capability now to do it. So we should be concerned that that is, in fact, the case. And we can stop this, and we can stop it short of military force, but we need to make sure the North Koreans know that they do that, the price will be too severe.
Well, and I've always said it, too. One of the great things that Donald Trump did during his presidency when Xi was visiting, President Xi was here in the United States, and he was visiting Mar-a-Lago. And Donald Trump ordered a bombing, and I guarantee you it was in dinner. I can just see them having dinner and him telling President Xi, oh, excuse me, I've got to go bomb. I'm telling you, it frightened Xi. Or it concerned him. I don't know if it frightened him, but it concerned him because he realized he's not with someone like Biden who's going to do his bidding. He had a formidable foe in Donald Trump. And hate him or like him, you got to admit, Donald Trump being tough with the Chinese, well, that helped a lot with a lot of instances with China and how they're taking control of us. And speaking of control, Chang also commented on the ongoing controversy over the origins of COVID-19, the pandemic, and says he expects to see more investigations on the matter.
I expect to see more investigations. I expect that the truth eventually will come out, as it always does. It might take a little bit of time, but it's clear that this did have a lab origin. And also, Allison, we need to focus on what the Chinese did after the outbreak, which was to lie about transmissibility. They knew it was highly contagious. They tried to lull the world into not taking precautions. That's the real crime here.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you, China, I don't know why we trade with them. I don't know why they are such a factor in our lives. They're a brutal regime. And when I talk about China, I'm not talking about the people, the citizens. I'm talking about their government. It is so corrupt, and they have been so rough on their own people. And they are basically starting to run the show, and I don't know why we are funding it. And that's one thing I did like about Donald Trump was that he started to basically wean us off that. He was trying to get us away from the horrible deals we've made with China, where you basically just give them our country. And if you don't think we are, I've got a story now coming up next that should chill you to the bone. It's 6:16. Good morning to you. It's time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. Looking for a high today of around 60. We are going to see some scattered rain showers by this afternoon. It'll be cloudy today, and that's what it is right now. It's cloudy, 45 degrees on Nashville's Music Row at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You can check us out on Super Talk TV. You can find it on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Live, Twitch. And, of course, you can always get in touch with us on the big super text line, 615-737-9986. China, the big concern right now is with Taiwan, and that's what everybody's looking at. And do I believe that China would invade Taiwan? I think it's entirely possible. But what's even scarier, especially after the balloon that flew over our country, the spy balloon, China has achieved its fifth-generation fighter jet by copying U.S. military tech. And it could maintain its pacing challenge for the American military if more isn't done to safeguard sensitive weapons information. That's what experts are telling Fox News Digital. They said what we know is that because of the espionage efforts, that China's J-20 is more advanced than it would otherwise be, and that's the important point here. That was according to the Secretary of Defense for Policy, James Anderson, in an interview. He said they have profited greatly from their thievery over the years. They put it to good use, and they've come up with an advanced fifth-generation fighter, noting that it's hard to say, short of actual combat, how the J-20 matches up against the U.S. F-22 Raptor fighter. China began developing its J-20 in 2008 as part of a plan to design a new fighter that would compete and could compete with those in America. The plane first took flight in 2011 with its introduction to service in 2017. In 2015, reports on the plane's technology and capabilities started to notice similarities between it and U.S. fighter jets, with an Associated Press report stating that some of its technology, it turns out, may well have come from the U.S. itself. I wonder how that happened. Now China has a fifth-generation stealth fighter. Isn't that comforting? Similar to the U.S. F-22. China is something to be very concerned about right now, ladies and gentlemen, because they own us, basically. We owe them a lot of money. We are basically funding them. And not even basically, we are funding them with all the cheap goods we buy. There's going to have to come to a point in this country where we have to really look. Would you be willing to sacrifice to pay a little more for items that were made here rather than in China? Even though I'm complaining about money flow right now, if it would save us from being indebted to China, I would be willing to take that. Because frankly, I'm tired of seeing everything made in China, and for China to be advancing as far as it is, because China is something to be truly scared of. And when I say China, I'm talking about their government and their military. Because, man, their military is a monster. And it's something to be concerned about, and it's something that our leaders need to take more seriously. 6:20 on Nashville's Morning News. We got more straight ahead, and we'll read some of your super texts, too, the ones that we can, on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A new wave of attacks across Ukraine that may be showing Russia is running out of weapons, raising concerns about what China might do to help. Details at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Ken. It's 6:26, Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for Dan Mandis on this Thursday morning, Friday Eve, we call it. And we're going to the Super Text line if you'd like to get involved, 615-737-9986. I want to respond to 3293. He sent two messages to me. One, he said, Johnny, are you willing to give up your son's life to keep Taiwan free? I'm not. Well, number one, my sons aren't in the military. And I am one of these people that I'd like to avoid war at all possible. In fact, I think that's a losing proposition. The thing we have to do is cut off our support to China, which you also add here that you say it's funny how Republicans were willing to outsource the blue-collar jobs as far back as Reagan. Now you guys are worried about the monster that you built. Hello, hypocrite. I hate to tell you this, 3293, but both parties helped that. Both parties got to playing footsie with China, and you know why? They love the money. It's always followed the money. So it wasn't just Republicans and Reagan. They all got involved with China. Nixon was big on wanting to have relations with China. Also, a lot of people don't know this, Nixon was one of the first to try to understand Islam because he predicted that one day Islam was going to grow and we needed to understand where they were coming from. So, yeah, Republicans, yeah, they outsourced jobs, but so did Democrats. Both parties have been guilty about that. You won't believe who Jill Biden, a woman of courage. You won't believe who she awarded. We'll tell you about that coming up next after the news with Ken Weaver on Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Whether you need new windows now or later, the company you need to call is Window Nation. Listen, if you're noticing that your energy costs have been rising, Window Nation can help you bring them back down. After installing new windows from Window Nation, you can save up to 30% on your energy bills. And right now, they've got a great deal just for you. If you order your new windows right now from Window Nation, you get off-season prices from Window Nation. So you can beat the rush with 2 free windows with every 2 that you buy, plus pay 0 down, make 0 payments, and get 0% financing for 24 months. And again, off-season pricing as well. That is 2 years, paying nothing, and great prices and selection. So don't forget that great deal, off-season pricing if you order this week. Plus, you get 2 free windows with every 2 that you buy, and you're paying 0 down, making 0 payments, and you're getting 0% financing for 24 months. So, what are you waiting for? 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, windownation.com.
.30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Increasing chance of more widespread rain as the day goes on. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. President Biden releases his proposed 2024 budget today. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says it'll slash the federal deficit by nearly $3 trillion in what she says will be a fiscally responsible way.
We understand that there is concerns. We always say there's always more work to do, obviously, but our economists believe that what the president has put forth as a plan to make sure that we're building an economy from the bottom up, middle out, is indeed working.
Well, the plan relies on higher taxes for everyone making more than $400,000 a year. Republicans say the president is lying when he claims Republicans are considering cutting Medicare and Social Security, when Republicans say they're actually trying to save it from going broke. Elsewhere in our nation's capital, Justin Finch says the Director of National Intelligence delivered a blunt assessment at yesterday's Senate Intelligence Committee hearing.
China dominating the Senate's worldwide threats hearing. Top U.S. national security official Avril Haines outlining why.
The CCP represents both the leading and most consequential threat to U.S. national security and leadership globally, and its intelligence-specific ambitions and capabilities make it, for us, our most serious and consequential intelligence rival.
Haines also saying China's long-term economic growth is on track to decelerate as its rapid growth period comes to an end.
And right now in Nashville, News 2 says Metro Police are reporting results since the license plate reader camera pilot program was started on Monday. They say they have 22 hits on stolen vehicles with 2 arrests and recovery so far. District 26 Metro Council member Courtney Johnston tells News 2 the LPRs will also help identify and locate street racers without dangerous police chases.
We really have to focus in on enforcement and giving our police department the tools that they need to enforce the law. I think once we get LPRs fully up and running, I think that's going to be very, very helpful.
Yeah, right now it's just a pilot program, and there is a map showing where these license plate reader cameras have been installed. That map is online. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. If you're driving in, sitting at your desk, and you are suffering with chronic back and neck pain, do what I did years ago and call the Wellness Institute of Nashville. One phone call can change your life. 615-246-5009, especially if your life is full of pain. Now, right now, they're offering you a great deal at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Half off all of your non-surgical spinal decompression treatments. Half off when you mention my name. Now, you know that I've been through spinal decompression therapy. I can tell you that it absolutely works. These spinal decompression machines are the key to relieving your chronic back and neck pain. So you call them today, you mention my name, you get the treatments half off. Your first consult is only $23. 615-246-5009. Get rid of your chronic back and neck pain at half the cost with the Wellness Institute of Nashville. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009. The website painisbad.com.
6:38. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. You got Johnny B, John E. Bozeman sitting in for Dan Mandis. I say my whole name because, I don't know if some of you would really take some of this news coming at you from a guy with a initial as a last name. I'm trying to save up money and get myself an A, but I'm on B right now, Johnny B. Glad to have you with us. Of course, we've got Brother Ken Weaver with us in the newsroom, Mac Morey driving the ship. And coming up in an hour from now, John Harris, the executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association, is going to join us. And he and a lot of gun owners not too happy with the Tennessee Senate right now. They killed some good bills yesterday. They passed at least one bad one, according to John. And then they even preserved some more bad ones for a future hearing, keeping them alive. And he also says they completely failed to advance several bills that would have moved Tennessee, at least in the direction of real constitutional carry. And I've read some of these, kind of glanced over them, and it appears that John seems to be right on the money. So we'll talk to him about that next hour. If you'd like to contact us, you can. Super text line. It's 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. And, of course, there's Super Talk TV. Who wouldn't want to see these beautiful faces, huh? Well, okay, I'm talking about Mac Morey. Ken and I aren't that pretty, but we'll comb our hair nice. But you can check us out, YouTube, also Twitch, Facebook Live, and Twitter to see Super Talk TV. And by the way, we've got some beautiful new backdrops for you. Wow. One has, looks like downtown Nashville, state capitol, people on the street. That looks good. Yeah, it looks real good. I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one too. We need to get the camera in a place where we can
see it.
Yeah, better see it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's very pretty. I like it. But it does add a little zazz to this.
Yes.
To this proceeding. But very well done. But anyway, of course, the Bidens, Joe's promising to tax the rich even more. And that should be just dandy. And I'm telling you, if he's going to tax corporations more, if you're working for a corporation right now, get ready for some tough times. Because if they're going to zing it to them, you will get zinged as well. Well, it goes even further now. Yesterday, First Lady Jill Biden and Secretary of State Antony Blinken, they got really laughed at, then moaned at yesterday. They presented this person from Argentina with a Woman of Courage Award. The year's annual International Women of Courage Award ceremony at the White House honored 11 extraordinary women from around the world who are working to build a brighter future for all, and that's according to a State Department press release. This Argentinian, Alba Rueda, was introduced at the ceremony. Turns out it's a transgender woman who was kicked out of classrooms, barred for sitting for exams, refused job opportunities, subjected to violence, and rejected by her family. But in the face of these challenges, she worked to end violence and discrimination against the LGBTQ plus community in Argentina. Well, I mean, those are very noble things. And it's good and I use that word, I'm sorry to do this. Well, I'm not sorry. Now, if she really went through the whole process to become a woman, me being me, okay, I'll call you a woman. But I'm not quite sure here. But commentators across Twitter balked at the idea of a person who had been born a man being bestowed with a women's award. And that's where I kind of come in at. This was an award meant for women. And I hate to inform you folks. And when I say I hate to break your bubble. That's why I say I'm sorry. Because I know I'm letting you down. a lot of you out there that think that we can choose what sex we are and it should be listed that way, and you want to be known as they and them, I'm telling you, you left the planet. Now, I understand people that may not feel comfortable in their own bodies. I've met people like this. And some have been happier after getting a sex change. But it does bother me when it comes to situations like this. But a lot of commentators on Twitter, and it was on both sides of the aisle, by the way, they balked at the idea of this person who had been born a man being bestowed with the Women's Award. Now, if the award, maybe we should have an award for LGBTQ plus people that have gone far in that. Maybe that I can agree with. But when you're trying to honor women for something they've done their entire lives, I think that should be for women. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders from Arkansas, you remember her from the Trump years. She actually had a funny line. It said, "It's International Women's Day. It's a good time to remember that Democrats can't even tell you what a woman is." And that seems to be the truth. It's 6:44. It's time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Today's going to be cloudy. We do have a chance of scattered rain showers this afternoon. Look for a high around 60 degrees. Right now, we're at 44 degrees once again on Nashville's Music Row on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Well, Jill Biden awarding this transgender woman a Courageous Woman of the Year. Also got some backlash from Dana Lash. She's host of the Dana Show. You know her. She said, "Nice of FLOTUS to encourage the diminishment of women on International Women's Day. Erasing women is abusive." And another conservative Twitter personality also added, Andrea Catherine, said, "International Women's Day, not just for women anymore." And this seems to be growing among women, that they're getting concerned about their role being diminished with transgenders coming into the picture. And some of them are in sports, like former NCAA swimmer Riley Gaines. She got on Newsmax yesterday and said that several women's trailblazers, sports trailblazers, have done a 180 on the issue of biological women competing against transgender athletes. She goes, "Where are the feminists?" That's what Gaines asked. She was on Spicer and Company. She said, "What are the people who originally fought for women and their empowerment and for women to have their own sex-segregated spaces?" Billie Jean King, who was, of course, a trailblazer for women's sports. She's now actively advocating for trans inclusion in women's sports. Megan Rapinoe, who, again, is someone who fought relentlessly for women to have equal pay and equal access and equal resources in sports. She is now actively fighting for men to compete in women's sports. She said these are women that once understood what it meant and the empowerment behind having women's sports and women-only places and spaces. But they've totally done a 180, and this shows that this movement is not progressive. This is not taking us forward in time. In reality, it's really taking us back 50 years in time to the early 70s when we didn't have Title IX. This is going to be something that is going to be quite controversial for a while. And I agree with the women that are concerned, because there is a difference in men and women, whether you like it or not. And it's because of those differences that attract men and women. Now, I know that there are people out there that have other desires. And this being America, you're free to do that as long as you're, in my opinion, of age, and it's your choice. But I think when it comes to sports or when it comes to acknowledging people, especially women that have fought for so long to get where they are, I am a great admirer of women, and I don't mean just the way they look. I'm talking about some of the things that women have done that have changed our society for the better. And especially women athletes that have done remarkable things that should be recognized. But I don't think Harold, who now has become Harriet, should be recognized in the same way. It's just the way it is. And I agree with Riley. I think Riley Gaines is right. I think it's taken us back to the 70s. It's taken us back to a time when women were not treated equally. And they need to be. And as I said, if you want to honor LGBTQ plus, maybe there should be something in sports for them. I don't think putting them in with women is fair. I just don't. And I think it is taking away from the greatness of what some of these women athletes are and what they've done. But time will tell. Time will tell on that one. But when I look at women, and especially women that are in my family that are younger, I don't want them to have to compete on this type of platform. It's not fair. It just isn't. Women have fought hard to get where they're at, and they should be able to enjoy it without the politically correct coming in and ruining it. It's 6:50. It's Nashville's Morning News. We'll have much more coming up right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, looking at an increasing chance for more widespread showers through tonight. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Now to the war on Ukraine, a new wave of attacks across Ukraine. Officials say at least 9 people have been killed. Here's James Longman on the ground.
This is the largest attack on Ukraine since the beginning of the year, and Russia fired 6 hypersonic missiles, which Ukraine says it's proof that they're running low on more conventional weapons. This is as the battle for Bakhmut rages on.
Now that brings us to China and U.S. concerns they may start providing lethal weaponry to Russia. But the latest Senate intelligence briefing shows this is just one reason why U.S. officials are increasingly worried about the Chinese Communist Party regime.
The CCP represents both the leading and most consequential threat to U.S. national security and leadership globally, and its intelligence-specific ambitions and capabilities make it, for us, our most serious and consequential intelligence rival.
That is Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines at yesterday's Senate Intelligence Committee hearing, which is chaired by Democrat U.S. Senator Mark Warner, who is focused on where COVID started.
Despite China's denials, it is entirely fair for us to ask whether the virus that has killed at least 6.8 million people so far might have been accidentally released from a lab in Wuhan.
And over in a House hearing, you had former advisor to the World Health Organization, Jamie Metzel, accusing China's government of concealing the truth.
There is no smoking gun proving a laboratory origin hypothesis, but the growing body of circumstantial evidence suggests a gun that is, at very least, warm to the touch.
Now, the White House making it clear there's no consensus from the government, but insists the president wants to get to the bottom of this. And officials warning the mystery of the origin of COVID itself is a threat. Right now in Nashville, TDOT has released a report from Texas A&M showing traffic congestion is costing you more than $1,000 a year. News 2 says they added up time, money, and gas, and it came to a total of $1,465 a year. The U.S. Census Bureau says the Nashville area keeps getting more crowded, with 36 people moving to Middle Tennessee every day. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Daria Alminger says we get a key economic reading in half an hour.
Economists are expecting a slight increase in the number of Americans who filed for unemployment benefits last week to about 195,000, a number that's still historically strong. The report may get even more attention than it usually does since it's being released on the eve of an anticipated monthly employment report.
All right, checking futures before the opening bell on Wall Street this morning. They've been mixed in a narrow range. Right now, they're all down. Dow futures off 28, S&P off 10, NASDAQ off 60. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It is 7:08. It's Nashville's Morning News. Good morning to you. It is Thursday, Friday Eve, what we call it around here on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis on vacation. He's coming back Monday morning. Thank goodness. We miss Brother Dan, but we've got all three of us here, and all three of us is Mac Morey guiding the ship. The newsroom, it is Brother Ken Weaver. And yours truly, Johnny B., sitting in for Dan Mandis this morning at 7:35 this hour. You want to be listening in because John Harris, the executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association, is going to join us and talk about what the Tennessee Senate did yesterday, listening to a lot of bills on Second Amendment issues, and it did not quite go the way a lot of gun owners and that John would have liked. And we'll talk to him about what was good, what was bad, and I guess there's a lot bad. So we'll be talking to him at 7:35. You want to catch that. Also, if you want to see us, you can do so. Super Talk TV is on. It's YouTube, Twitter, Facebook Live, and Twitch. I have never watched me by myself up here. So I don't know what it looks like, but if you want to be brave, you can do so and watch. You can also text us. Super text line is 615-737-9986 to do that. And a lot of you have, and appreciate each and every one of you that do, even the ones I disagree with. But anyway, ever since these January 6th, when Tucker Carlson released some of this footage that he has that was given to him by Kevin McCarthy from the January 6th riots, it has really come to one thing that has stuck with me has been this guy. They call him the bullhorn guy. I don't know why they say bullhorn, because he's got bullhorns on his head and his face is painted like the American flag. And you've seen people like this at every political rally or anything that's political where a group assembles. You have people that are just everyday people dressed up like they are every day. And then you'll have a few others, and it's not just on the right. You have it on the left, too. There's always those ones that got to get into costume. And this guy really just stuck out to me because I thought, okay, this guy looks a little unhinged. But as it turns out, he's really pretty harmless. And he was painted not that way. In fact, that's the whole reason that the news media, I think, really centered on him, because he did have a crazy look. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you dress up in costume, I mean, look at some of the Biden administration. And I'm thinking about the gentleman, I can't think of his name now, but the one that was stealing women's luggage. He looks a little unhinged to me. Well, the same with this gentleman. But the more we've got to see how he was during that, he looked pretty peaceful to me. I mean, the Capitol Police seemed to not be too disturbed about him. They were showing him around, taking him through doors. His mother came out. By the way, the gentleman's name is Jacob Chansley. If you look him up online, they have another name for him, and it's bizarre. But Martha Chansley, the mother of the QAnon shaman, as they call him, or shaman, told Newsmax that she's happy that the truth of the January 6th is being revealed through the video showing 2 U.S. Capitol Police officers escorting her son past the other police officers and to the door of the U.S. Senate the day of the protests, as his conviction was an injustice, in her words. And I'm starting to believe that she's right after watching the film. Because when you watch the film, this gentleman seems like I never see him doing anything violent. Like I said, he looks a little crazy, just the way he's dressed up. but he didn't seem to be doing anything that he's charged with. His mother added to Newsmax's Greg Kelly reports that these are the very things that Jacob spoke about. That's what he did when he was there. He went through open doors. He was escorted into the Senate. He was escorted around, and you can see that they were following him. They're trying to check doors for him to go through. Now, the footage that was released through House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to Tucker Carlson on Fox News shows the officers closely following Jacob through the halls of the Capitol as he wore a Viking horned hat and face paint. That's the whole thing. He looked like he ought to be at a hockey game, not in the U.S. Capitol. But his mother told Newsmax that her son remains incarcerated at a federal prison in Arizona and said he's doing really well considering all the circumstances, and he is in good spirits. However, she added that she doesn't know if her son's attorney saw the footage before the plea deal was reached, leading to his sentence of 41 months in prison. Wow, that seems extreme. And she does not think her son was satisfied with her the lawyer's services at all. That lawyer's name are Albert Watkins. Now, Martha Chansley also rejected theories that the January 6th protests were some kind of inside job. She said her son never told her that. She added her son was and still is a supporter of former President Donald Trump, and she can't give an answer about whether her son is thinking of hiring another lawyer, seeking another trial, or trying to get his case overturned. She said, we're just trying to wait and see. I think that's what we're going to have to wait out, some options. And I think they should. As I said, now that this film has come out, and I'm so glad it has, because it gives a better view of what happened. And it shows also how those on the other side have been lying. The news media, even some political leaders. Surprise, surprise. But everything I see of this gentleman in these films, he doesn't do anything violent. Nothing. He's not obstructing anything. All he's doing, he looks a little over the top the way he's dressed, and the pictures of him yelling doesn't help his case much. But when you watch the film, he's not doing anything. He's not doing anything that justifies the sentence he got. And I think he should fight it. And I think every American ought to see this film. And if Kevin McCarthy didn't do so, he should have given the film to every news outlet, even if they ran it or not. Everyone should see it because that's where the truth lies. And if you know me, that's what I'm after. I want the truth. And the Republicans have gone searching for the truth, and they're talking to some of these people. We'll have that story up for you next. It's 7:16. Time to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. As always, thank you, Jack. Cloudy today. Scattered rain showers likely this afternoon into this evening. Look for a high around 60, 44 degrees and cloudy on Nashville's Music Row. And some Republicans, they're planning a visit with some defendants being held for their actions during the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. And the House Oversight Committee Chair, James Comer of Kentucky, along with panel member Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia. They told ABC News that the committee is planning to send a letter this week to lawmakers regarding the planned visit to the detention facility in Washington, D.C. They say that it should focus on the conditions of those jailed over January 6th, including what she claimed to be reports of abuse. Now, I've heard the same thing, that these people have been mistreated, that they haven't been given proper representation. And I don't care. I mean, there were parts of that day that I found disgusting, and anybody that was involved in that should be dealt with, but they should be dealt with fairly, not being mistreated. according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, said they're pre-trial and they haven't even been convicted and they're not allowed to see their families. Many times they're not allowed to see their attorneys either, and food has also been a major complaint. Her complaints come despite the U.S. Marshals Service saying that last year that an inspection of the facility holding the January 6 defendants did not identify the condition that would necessitate the transfer of inmates. And that's according to ABC News. But a lot of inmates there are saying that they're being mistreated, and if they are, we should be looking into that and making sure that's not happening. And this is an interesting note from the days of the January 6th riots, also when Trump was in office. Believe it or not, but 2 months after the 2020 election, they say that Tucker Carlson got so incensed with then President Donald Trump 2 months after the election that the Fox News host declared that he hated him passionately. This revelation comes, it's a text message from Carlson that was reportedly to an unidentified colleague. It was a trove of legal filings related to the Dominion voting systems defamation suit against Fox News regarding the election. And it said it came on January 4th, 2021, when Carlson said this. He said, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights," he wrote. "I truly can't wait." So it sounds like Tucker's not a big fan of the Donald. He said, "I hate him passionately. I can't handle much more of this." So that's Tucker Carlson on Donald Trump. Dominion, of course, has sued Fox, claiming that the network broadcast claims that were made by Trump and others that it knew were false, principally that the company's voting equipment was used to change votes and cause Trump to lose the election. And according to Reuters, Fox has defended its coverage, arguing claims by Trump and his lawyers that everything was newsworthy and presented by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. Dominion has also sued Newsmax for similar claims, and Newsmax likewise has denied Dominion's assertions. Carlson's text message came from filings after a period of discovery in which Dominion was granted access to Fox's internal communications. Carlson also denigrated Trump in other texts, in one calling him a demonic force, a destroyer. Wow. I wonder how he's going to handle it if Trump wins. Unbelievable. He said, "That's the last 4 years. We're all pretending we've got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. But come on, there really isn't an upside to Trump."
It's kind of interesting because they both kind of need each other.
Well, they do. Well, it's like CNN.
Yeah.
CNN needed Trump because look what happened with their ratings when he was president. They went through the roof. And they talked about him incessantly. They still are. They're still talking about him. But this is funny. I didn't know this about Tucker Carlson. I didn't know he felt this way about the Donald. But it'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump wins and what kind of relationship they have. Coming up at 7:35, of course, we're talking to John Harris, the executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association. Not too happy with some of the voting that went on yesterday, and we'll talk about that coming up. It's Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and the chance for more widespread rain increases as we head throughout the day. We got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. War on Ukraine. The White House is monitoring the latest missile attacks. Spokesman John Kirby tells Good Morning America.
Though the Ukrainians have reported over 80, we certainly are in no position to refute those claims. It was definitely a large barrage of missiles across at least 6 cities and certain other oblasts across the country, all the way as far west as Lviv, which is right on that near the Polish border.
Yeah, Russia fired 6 hypersonic missiles, which Ukraine says is proof Russia's running low on more conventional weapons, adding to concerns that China might supply Russia with lethal aid. President Biden releases his proposed fiscal year 2024 budget today.
The White House says President Biden's budget proposal will slash the federal deficit even more than expected. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre telling reporters it will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade, saying that's a nearly $6 trillion difference between his plan and what House Republicans have put forward in their agenda.
We are trying to counter and really be fiscally responsible in what we're seeing on the other side.
Yeah, Republicans say Biden is lying when he says Republicans are considering cuts to Social Security and Medicare. And right now in Nashville, News 2 says Metro Police say they're already seeing results since the license plate reader camera pilot program started Monday. They report 22 hits on stolen vehicles with 2 arrests and recoveries. District 26 Metro Council member Courtney Johnston tells News 2 these license plate reader cameras will also help identify and locate street racers without dangerous police chases.
We really have to focus in on enforcement and giving our police department the tools that they need to enforce the law. I think once we get LPRs fully up and running, I think that's going to be very, very helpful.
A map of where the license plate reader cameras are placed can be found online. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
That rock and roll tune reminds you are listening to Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis on vacation this week, returns on Monday. You've got Johnny B in his place at 7:37, and along with me, you've got Mac Morey, also Brother Ken Weaver in the newsroom. And yesterday, the Tennessee Senate Judiciary, they heard a substantial number of both good and bad bills on the Second Amendment issue. And for some reason, they didn't quite go the way a lot of gun owners and what my friend John Harris, the executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association, would have liked to have seen. John joins us this morning. Good morning, John. How are you, my friend?
Doing well this morning. Thank you.
In spite of what happened yesterday.
Oh, yesterday, yesterday was the House, and it was almost as bad. But then the Senate was on Tuesday.
Right. And so you say that the initial review of these, they killed some good bills, they passed at least one bad one, and they preserved several bad ones for a future hearing from this, keeping them alive. And why do you think it went this way?
Well, I think part of it is, and we're tracking actually 67 bills this year in the General Assembly in Tennessee that impact Second Amendment gun rights, hunters, anything in that area, we track it. And we see, looking at the composition of the House versus the Senate, that the House in general seems to have more legislators in its 99-member caucus that at least understand what the Second Amendment stands for.
Yeah.
And they are pushing this issue because there's a broad number of House members that are running these bills. And if you'll compare that with the Senate, almost all of the bills that I identified on that report that went out this week as good bills, almost all of them were carried by Senator Joy Hensley. Now, there's a few that were carried by one or two others, but most of them were carried by Senator Hensley.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Senate has a reputation, particularly under Lieutenant Governor McNally, of not being very Second Amendment friendly. They are far more deferential to the law enforcement contingencies in the state, and they made it clear in some testimony that they had yesterday in the House that Tennessee's law enforcement environment, law enforcement world, they don't want to see anything other than civilians with handguns. And they don't like reducing the age bracket, expanding it to include any firearm, which is what 46 other states do.
Right.
They're just anti-Second Amendment, and they've been that way for a long time.
I don't understand. See, I've never understood. It seems like the gun itself has become this negative image for people, and I think the news media has been quite big on this. But every Second Amendment supporter I have ever known, any gun owner I've ever known, I can only think of one, and I question whether he really had a gun permit or not, the way he handled his firearm. But most, I'm talking every one that I've known over the years that is a gun enthusiast, that is a Second Amendment supporter, I would trust them far more than even some in law enforcement, to be quite honest. And I don't understand why the gun is getting such a bad image, other than I think the media is really starting to play into people's minds that guns are just inherently evil.
Well, that's true. And put it into this context. As a nation, like I said, 46 states allow people to carry long arms, and they're completely unregulated, and you don't have to have a permit. It's not a crime. You can just do it. Every state that touches Tennessee allows that and has allowed it for a long time. Tennessee is one of 4 states that has an absolute prohibition on carrying a long arm in public. And then what you go from that is, most states allow the long arms. And then a majority of states, including Kentucky and North Carolina and others that touched us, have never required a handgun permit as long as the handgun was openly carried. So, my in-laws live in Kentucky, and I could carry in Kentucky lawfully long before I could carry in Tennessee, my home state. And so that's why you actually have this nomenclature that's still around today that's called concealed weapons permit, because the law, the way it used to be, was that as long as we can see you openly carrying it, that's not a crime, whether it's a handgun or a rifle. But if you want to conceal it so that we can't know that you have it, you need to get a permit for that. And that's where that nomenclature came from. In fact, when I started practicing law, I've been practicing law in Nashville now since 1986. When I became an attorney and started practicing law, Tennessee law said it's a crime to carry a firearm with the intent to go armed. And I'm paraphrasing because it was a longer statute. But there was a single exception in it. And the exception was, unless you were carrying a military-style handgun openly in your hand. So in the mid-'80s in Tennessee, I could walk around lawfully downtown Nashville with a .45 automatic in my hand, and that was okay. But if I wanted to stick it in a holster, I committed a crime.
Good gracious. That's crazy. That's
It
absolutely
is.
crazy.
It is. And, the really frustrating part is, when I started doing this Second Amendment advocacy work, and this is all donated effort for me, was in 95. And back then, the Democrats controlled the House, the Senate, and the Office of Governor. And we were still able to make progress and move bills in the direction of getting us to being able to exercise the right. But here's the big change that people really need to latch onto and ask, what's going on? In the period of time following the Democrat control, the Republicans took control of the General Assembly and the Office of Governor in 2010. And the Republicans are the ones that typically campaign as, we're pro-gun, we're pro-Second Amendment, we're going to restore your rights. And the fact is, they've done more damage in the last 13 years to Second Amendment rights in Tennessee than they have removing infringements.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And we'll get into, I'm going to put you on hold just for a minute, because I got to check traffic, but I'd like to ask you about some of the bad bills that they are going to look at, like the one that got through, and then the other's going to look at coming up in the future. But right now we got to check the roads from the Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Going to be a high today of almost 60 with clouds and rain showers this afternoon. Right now we're at 45 degrees and cloudy on Nashville's Music Row. And we are talking to John Harris, the executive director of Tennessee Firearms Association, about some of the bills that got shot down and some that are not too grand that we're looking at in the future. John, can you kind of tell us in a kind of quick note fashion what to be looking for that is bad that is coming up?
Yeah, there's several bills. There's a bill by there's actually two bills by Senator Lamar, who's from Memphis. One of those would require, we have this permitting system in Tennessee, and then in 2021 they passed a law that has been misclassified as constitutional carry. It's really just an affirmative defense to a criminal charge of carrying with intent to go armed. But she's got a bill that says that permitless carry law would not apply if you were in Davidson or Shelby counties, which means that someone living in Wilson County, like a couple of, 99.7 hosts that I won't specifically name to protect their identities.
Yes, sir.
If they drove to, if they worked from home, they could, sit there with their holstered pistol. But if they drove to work in Nashville and they were permitless carriers, this bill would say, hey, that's a crime. You can carry in 93 counties permitless, but in these two, you can only carry if you have a permit. Well, that's just nuts. You need to have uniform statewide laws. The other thing that Senator Lamar wants to do is she wants to weaponize the state's health care system and make it an unwilling participant, I would hope, in the gun control debate. She wants to require hospitals to start quantifying what she refers to as gun violence, in my opinion, rather than just what's causing the violence. I don't care if it's with a knife or a gun or a chainsaw. If there's a problem with violence, let's identify let's identify what the violence root cause is, as opposed to only being concerned about gun violence. That's always a red flag, that someone's on an agenda rather than actually being a public steward.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, one thing that I've never, because we've talked about school shootings so much, and the gun is always brought up, but one thing that is never brought up, that I've brought up since they started, was why are we not looking? We need to quit looking at the gun. Why are kids all of a sudden going into schools and deciding to shoot them up, shoot other people, and sometimes killing themselves? I've always blamed pharmaceuticals. I think there's side effects to some of these drugs they're giving kids. I think it's actually doing something to the kid's brain that is causing that, but they won't look at that. They'll look at the gun instead of the person.
Exactly. And all you got to do, I mean, my undergraduate degree was in sociology over at Vandy, a place I don't necessarily embrace strongly these days with its political agenda. But demographically, if you look at the history of guns in schools, I mean, I came through the school system in Davidson County in the late 60s and 70s. And at that time, it wasn't anything surprising to see students, with rifles and shotguns in their truck windows. I can remember, dress up day in high school in the 70s, walking around with a Western holster and a real .22 caliber pistol, and all I had to do was show the principal that I didn't have any ammo.
Exactly. And you also had, in my school in Wichita, Kansas, this was in Sedgwick County, and it was actually a small school in Andover, which was a bedroom community. But you had rifle classes, and I remember students bringing in their rifles, have them in the classroom.
And Tennessee, the Tennessee Wildlife Federation, which is a nonprofit, works with TWRA, and they support and provide funding for scholastic shooting. We have that in Tennessee now. But because of political correctness, very few public schools will even participate.
And see, that's the whole problem, John, and I think we've hit on it. It's education. Once you know about guns, once you've learned everything about them, because I think any gun owner should go through classes. I think they need to learn how to handle the gun, how to shoot. And that's where it all lies. It's responsibility and it's education. Guns are not evil. People are. And you can't blame someone that is a law-abiding citizen that's trying to protect their home, their property. And it doesn't make any sense and it really doesn't make any sense to me why Tennessee Republicans are going this way. That's the big shocker to me.
That is the big. Well, let me give you an example. When, on behalf of TFA, I was one of the attorneys involved on an amicus brief in the Bruin decision, which is the massive U.S. Supreme Court decision from last June. So I was involved in that, not just a spectator, but literally involved in writing briefs that were submitted to the court. And so in the oral arguments in November of 2021, when the court was considering the case and the attorneys were presenting it, one of the justices asked one of the attorneys representing the interest of the state of New York, can you give us a historical example of a state which has a long history of suppressing the right of its citizens to carry weapons in public? The first state out of the mouth of the attorneys representing the state of New York was the state of Tennessee.
Wow.
And that's because at least prior to 1801, it has been a crime in Tennessee to carry a gun, quote, with the intent to go armed. Now, your listeners will be surprised by this, I think. Under current law in Tennessee, it's a crime to carry with the intent to go armed. That statute applies without geographic limitation, which means it applies in every corner of the state on every piece of property, whether public or private. What Tennessee does is say it's a crime, but we're going to create some statutory affirmative defenses that the individual has the opportunity to show to an officer, a DA, or a judge, or a jury to excuse or avoid being committed of the crime. So for example, the most common defenses that are out there are the permit. People think they have a right once they get the permit. No, they don't. They got a statutory defense because the officer can ignore it and charge you anyhow.
Good grief.
But what people don't realize is the other defenses are things like you're in your own home, you're on your own property. And so you could literally charge with a crime if you were in your home in possession of a handgun or a rifle and an officer somehow came in and made the determination that it wasn't just in storage in your closet, but you had it for intent to go armed. And people don't know that the criminal scope of that statute in Tennessee is so broad. But when you realize that law enforcement wants the ability to charge an arrest, and then it's your burden to show that you were justified, it makes more sense because they have broader investigative powers than they would if we had a law that said it's just not a crime for a citizen to carry a firearm. And that's why passing real constitutional carry is critical. And I submit that's why the opposition to it from not just law enforcement, but from Bill Lee's administration and from some in House and Senate leadership is so disappointing.
Oh, it is. And I have to say, we have to cut it off here, John. I'm sorry to say so. I could talk to you for 2 hours. But John's the executive director of the Tennessee Firearms Association in Tennessee. You can check him out at TennesseeFirearms.com, all one word there. And John, the best thing they can do is get in touch with their elected officials and make their feelings known, correct?
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, anybody, the email that I sent you yesterday that outlined in detail all of this stuff.
Yes.
Anybody can go on our website and for free, you don't have to be a member, sign up and get those emails directly in their own inboxes.
I would suggest everybody do so and do it right now because this is scary, and it's scary that some of the things you've opened me up to here. Man, if you're a handgun owner or if you're just wanting to defend your property, you still don't have a lot of rights, and it's time to change that. John, I appreciate you joining me as always, and have a great day, and thanks so much for enlightening us again. We'll have more with John again. I know he's going to be on with Dan, so you can keep it right here on Nashville's Morning News at 7:55. We'll be back with more coming up on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, tracking what will be an increasing chance for more widespread rain today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. War on Ukraine. The White House says it is monitoring what seems to be one of the biggest missile attacks from Russia since the beginning of the year.
The now all too familiar cleanup after yet another devastating wave. It's the largest such attack in 3 weeks, around 90 missiles and drones by Ukraine's count. Air raid sirens wailed through the night across the country, including in the capital, Kyiv, where explosions occurred in 2 western parts of the city. Power cuts reported yet again in numerous locations.
That is Tom Rivers from the Foreign Desk in London. Back here in the States, China is the biggest threat to national and global security, according to testimony in the Senate Intelligence Committee yesterday. Members were told we may never know the truth about COVID's origin because the Chinese Communist Party's blocking investigation. And then there is social media. Senator Marco Rubio began a line of questioning to FBI Director Christopher Wray.
They use TikTok to control data on millions of users.
Yes.
Could they use it to control the software on millions of devices given the opportunity to do so?
Yes.
President Biden releases his proposed 2024 budget today, which the White House claims will cut the deficit by nearly $3 trillion over 10 years. Republicans say Biden is lying when he claims Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security. Speaker Kevin McCarthy says Republicans are just trying to save those programs.
We can no longer ignore the major problem that we have. The size of our debt.
Biden's budget release scheduled for 1:30 Middle Tennessee time today. Right now in Nashville, TDOT has released a report from Texas A&M that shows traffic congestion is costing you more than $1,000 a year. News 2 says they added up time, money, and gas, which came to a total of $1,465 on average. The U.S. Census Bureau says Nashville keeps getting more crowded. 36 people moving to Middle Tennessee every day. And TDOT believes choice lanes is the best way to fix traffic congestion, which they are pushing through the proposed Transportation Modernization Act in the General Assembly. Well, the White House isn't offering up any definitive solutions to the shortage of life-saving asthma medicine, albuterol, now that a major manufacturer of the medicine has gone bankrupt. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre told yesterday's briefing.
This is certainly something that the FDA is tracking, has been tracking for months now, and we're going to continue to have conversations with the manufacturers, and we take, of course, they take this seriously.
So Acorn Pharmaceuticals has filed for bankruptcy and is reportedly closing its U.S. factories. Other companies like Nephron Pharmaceutical vowed to increase production in an attempt to help bridge potential supply gaps patients could face by Acorn's closure. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Futures are up before the opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 56, S&P up 4, NASDAQ up 8. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Ken, Mac, Johnny. I kind of screwed that up. 8:09. It's Thursday morning. It's Friday Eve. On Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Dan Mandis is on vacation. He will be back on Monday, mustache and all. He will be here. You've got Ken Weaver in the newsroom, Mac Morey in my spot, Johnny B right here. We are on Super Talk TV if you'd like to see it. Don't know why you would, but if you do, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Live, Twitter. And then you also have the big super text line, which I failed to look at in a while, but I'll look again.
There's a pretty good text right now that I kind of want to read.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, do it, brother Matt. Play it on us, man.
It's to you, Ken.
No.
Ken Weaver.
He said no, never mind.
The star of the show.
I'm busy, boys. I got to go.
This is from Jim. Jim says, hey, Ken Weaver, last night I had a scary dream about you.
Uh-oh.
You had shaved your beard off completely.
Oh, wow.
When I saw it, I said, wow, you look a lot younger. Then you just smiled and gave me a big hug.
Sounds like somebody knows you, man.
Oh, that's...
What?
Yeah, that dream's not going to come true because Mrs. Weaver will not let me shave that beard. But I'd give you a big hug, Brother Jim.
Yes, he will. Ken's a hugger.
He will.
Hey, did you know that we actually hugged Dan Mandis?
See, it's fun hugging Dan.
We had a group hug, did we not?
Yeah, and he was stiff as a board.
He sure was.
Just tensed up. He did not like it.
No, he did not. But yeah, we all hugged him. We all went out to dinner. What was that, about a month ago?
It's a couple of weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago, we went out to dinner in Cool Springs, all met up. And as we were leaving, the girls hugged Dan. And then Ken hugged him, and I thought, oh, I'm going in for a hug.
You're like, okay, I got to do this.
And so I gave him a big hug, and then everybody came in when I did. So we all were hugging Dan, and he was so uncomfortable.
Notice he didn't mind the hugs from the girls, though.
No, he didn't complain.
He was all up for that.
Yeah, he was all cool with that. It was when we started hugging him that he got a little...
Yeah, man, Brother Dan.
I'm going to try to do that on Monday. Oh, Dan, I've missed you so much. Go and give him a hug.
Hey, let's all do it. We'll do a big group hug on Monday.
Man, it's funny just to watch him. I mean, his face immediately starts... He's just like, are you really going to do this?
Oh, gosh.
He
coils up, you know.
He is one of the funniest individuals I have ever known and ever met. And probably the best program director we've ever had here.
Yeah.
And he does a great job, but it's fun to have fun with him. And right now we're having fun with him about his mustache because in one of the, I'm telling you, in one of the photos, and I would like for you super texters to check it out.
Got to go look at it.
It's he's on the beach, and I think Riker has buried him. And Dan's got the mustache is coming in now, but just the way he looks.
I'm going to have to share this on my Facebook page.
Oh, yeah.
You must. Yeah, the Breaking Bad. That's what he looks like. It's old Walter from Breaking... Walt, is that you? Where's the Winnebago? Where's Jesse? Are you guys doing some cooking?
Yeah, I'm going to share that right now.
Yeah, you need to. And if you guys... Oh, we got a group hug. Ladies and gentlemen, from Jim. Jim gives us a big group hug.
All right, Brother Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Appreciate that.
Awesome, Jim.
Okay, let's see. Here we go. We got another super texter. Let's see what they said here. Oh, come on. It's not working properly. Come on. If you really want to... Okay, here we go. If you really want to get Dan when you give him a hug... Okay, no, I'm not going to do this.
No.
They're saying give him a big kiss on the top of the head.
No.
No.
Now, that's where it stops.
Yeah,
I'm good there.
We draw the line at kissing.
That's where it stops.
We draw the line at kissing. We don't kiss Dan's forehead. In fact, we don't kiss anything on Dan.
We don't kiss anybody.
And we don't kiss anybody but the missus.
Except the real pretty girl.
That's right. One pretty girl.
Oh, now, wait, hey. Now we got 4681. He had a dream with you in it, JB.
Uh-oh.
I had a dream with JB in it. We were jamming with our guitars, playing the Dukes of Hazzard theme song.
Just a good old boy, never meaning no harm. Beats all you ever saw.
Been in trouble with the law since the day they was born.
Whoop, whoop.
Making their way the only way they know how.
Yes, sir. That's just a little bit more than the law.
The law will allow.
The law will allow.
Yes, sir.
Wow. That took me back. 8:14. Time to check the roads, and not a moment too soon. The Paul Winkler WTN Traffic Center. I'm a good old boy, you know, my Gwenna love me, but she don't understand to keep a show on my face and not my hands on TV. Hey, cloudy today with scattered rain showers this afternoon with a high near 6. You're right there, Ken.
You turned it around very cleverly, man.
Thank you for that. A high near 60. And right now, it's pure pandemonium. It's 45 degrees and cloudy right here on Nashville's Music Row. Big Super Talker, 99.7 WTN. Guys dreaming of guys. I didn't know this was San Francisco radio.
That reminds me of that Saturday Night Live skit, man, when Jim Carrey was playing Matthew McConaughey in a game show, and they were playing Matthew McConaughey's thoughts, and he was saying, I didn't know if he was dreaming me or if I was dreaming him. Because it's when Matthew McConaughey was doing those weird car commercials where he's looking pensive off into the sunset.
Yeah, wasn't it Cadillac?
Deep thoughts.
Yes. Those were strange.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't you imagine Joe Biden doing those? Corvette. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I don't know if Nurse Pearl remembered me or not, but I remember that pillow. She gave it to me. It had the smell of her perfume on it. What a girl. Nurse Pearl. Corvette. For the man on the go.
He might have packed her in those boxes in his garage.
It was for Lincoln. Yes, that's right. It was Lincoln. Because he did play Lincoln Lawyer, did he not? That was one of his movies, Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
But Joe Biden doing one for Corvette, I'd want to see that.
Well, we want to see the movie Top Gum.
Top Gum starring Joe Biden. I'm going to shoot that balloon right out of the sky. I know it's from Hobby Lobby, but I don't care. Come here, Joe. Give me that gun.
And some sugar.
And some sugar, honey. Yes, sir. Who are you again? Anyway, we better get to some serious stuff or I'll never be asked to do this again. But thank you guys for that little trip down super text lane. San Francisco radio. Guys dreaming about guys. Who knew? Anyway, the National Archives and Records Administration, they said they have yet to review 9 boxes of documents from President Joe Biden's term as vice president that were found at the Penn Biden Center in Washington last year. It has had possession of them since November. Now, did they not go through Trump's pretty quickly, if I remember correctly? Biden's attorney, Patrick Moore, shipped the boxes to his Boston office where he discovered, I just discovered they contained classified materials. They then retrieved the boxes from Moore's office, and NARA was responding to a January 23rd letter from Senators Ron Johnson and Chuck Grassley from Iowa regarding discovery of documents marked classified from Joe Biden's vice presidency that have been found at multiple locations. And they say the acting archivist of the United States, Deborah Steedle Wall, responded to the senators in a letter. It was dated Tuesday, saying the agency learned November 3rd the documents had been moved to Boston. So they're moving around. When NARA, which what I'm going to call them, they contacted the personal counsel on President Biden on November 3rd to arrange pickup of the boxes from the Penn Biden Center in D.C., they were informed that Mr. Moore had moved other boxes from the Penn Biden Center to Mr. Moore's law firm in Boston. Now, I seem to remember when former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate was raided by the FBI, that nobody could get near those documents. In fact, they kept everybody away. Cameras were turned off. But yet Joe Biden's gets sent to his attorney. How does that happen? Wall told the senators when they contacted President Biden's personal counsel to arrange the pickup, they informed them that they, of course, moved them. He also told the senators the number of boxes taken from Moore's office was 9, a number that not previously known. I'm not getting this. This is nothing like the Trump raid. The senators had asked if NARA knew of any other locations where Biden stored records from his time as vice president. They replied they only had direct knowledge about boxes that were located at the Penn Biden Center and at Mr. Moore's office in Boston. They informed the DOJ that in accordance with the Presidential Records Act, any presidential or vice presidential records that the DOJ obtained from any other location must be returned to NARA no later than the conclusion of their investigation. The DOJ has appointed special counsel Robert Hur to investigate the classified documents found at the Penn Biden Center and at Biden's home in Wilmington, Delaware, but they're now at President Biden's attorney's office. While Trump's were taken in by the FBI, nobody else saw them. How does that happen? I guess you have to have the name Trump. Gosh. Biden gets away with everything. It's 8:21. It's Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Waiting on that Biden budget. And the Director of National Intelligence has a blunt assessment on the state of our national security and how it relates to China. News 2 has a report about Metro Police saying those license plate reader cameras since Monday have already helped find 2 stolen vehicles and 2 arrests. So we'll get you updates on those and then some money news coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. I don't think the arrest involved anybody in this building turning left on that forever red light on Demumbrian off of I-40.
What you talking about, Brother Johnny B?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've just heard rumors.
Yeah.
There might be some folks that get tired of waiting on that light, and the
rumors.
Yeah, there's rumors out there that people run that thing early in the morning because you're sitting there waiting for 10 minutes for it to change.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think those cameras caught anybody doing that yet, but that's coming. Anyway, it's 8:28. We got the Gang of 3 Amigos on the way. Tomorrow, in the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to have a country star, ladies and gentlemen. Wade Hayes will join us. He's going to be talking about it's Colon Cancer Awareness Month, and he went through that himself. In fact, he hit stage 4 by the time he found it. And luckily, he survived it, and we'll talk about that. But we won't be just that. We'll talk about country music stuff, too. Music stuff, man. That's what we'll talk about. And we've got an interesting story coming up next on the Gang of 3 Amigos. There could be a fella in trouble with his wife, and I'll tell you why. Coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
On the dot, I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Increasing chances for widespread showers today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Biden releases his proposed 2024 budget today. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says it'll slash the federal deficit by nearly $3 trillion in what she calls a fiscally responsible way.
We understand that there is concerns. We always say there's always more work to do, obviously, but our economists believe that what the president has put forth as a plan to make sure that we're building an economy from the bottom up, middle out, is indeed working.
Now they plan to raise taxes on everyone making above $400,000 a year. Elsewhere in our nation's capital, it looks like the Director of National Intelligence blunt assessment at yesterday's Senate Intelligence Committee is raising some eyebrows.
China dominating the Senate's worldwide threats hearing. Top U.S. national security official Avril Haines outlining why.
The CCP represents both the leading and most consequential threat to U.S. national security and leadership globally, and its intelligence-specific ambitions and capabilities make it, for us, our most serious serious and consequential intelligence rival.
Haynes also saying China's long-term economic growth is on track to decelerate as its rapid growth period comes to an end.
Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stocks were mixed headed into the trading day. Before the opening bell, Dow futures were up about 35 points. The Nasdaq was set for a slight decline at the bell. S&P futures were flat. On Wednesday, the Dow Jones logged a second consecutive daily loss, giving up 58 points and finishing at 32,798. The S&P 500 rose 5.5 points. The Nasdaq gained 0.4%. The layoffs that have permeated the tech industry might finally be showing up in broader jobless numbers. In the week leading up to March 4th, 211,000 jobless Americans made initial requests for government benefits. It's a jump of 21,000 from the week before, following several weeks of either stagnant claims or declines in filings. Gender equality in the workforce. Well, after 4 straight months of women picking up more jobs than men, women now hold 49.8% of all non-farm jobs. Experts say more women in the labor market could help to ease worker shortages.
All right, 3 minutes since the opening bell, and right now it's all green on the screen. Dow up 142, S&P up 7, Nasdaq up 5. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. One of the things you hear me talk about frequently on my radio show that has been going for over 20 years in the Nashville market is that annuity sales are not necessarily a great thing for the end investor. Now, if you go to an investment firm, a lot of times you'll get that. The first thing that they recommend, an annuity. Banks and investment firms recommend these for one really good reason. And many times that reason isn't the best thing for you. It's commissions. It's a huge moneymaker for the investing industry. This is why I think it's so important that when you work with an investment advisor, that they not be paid on commission. It creates a huge conflict because it creates an incentive to sell you things that may not be in your best interest. If you want to learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. We don't do anything on commissions. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Well, that sounds early. Mornings at 5.
Yeah.
Oh, 8:38. Good morning to you. Friday Eve on Nashville's Morning News. In the newsroom, you have the king of information. Please welcome Ken Weaver.
Good morning, boys. Yes. Yeah.
And welcome piloting this ship, making us sound cooler than we are. And one good-looking dude, according to a lot of women out there, including my wife, who says he's a cutie pie. Mac Morey is with us. Good morning, Mac.
You're going to set the standard so people are going to look at the stream and be like, he's pretty average.
I don't think that's the case, buddy.
I appreciate it.
I think you're going to get a lot of...
Show him your muscles, Mac.
Yeah, come on, Mac.
Show him.
Yeah, come on, Mac.
Flex some muscles, dude.
Flex some muscles.
Remember that? Well, that used to be a big deal whenever I was a little kid.
Oh, yes.
How big are your muscles? Well, I'll show you.
Yeah, watch this. Well, good try.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, my name, Johnny B. Good to have you on board. So, it's good that at least we did have 2 survivors out of Mexico. And I know it's a serious story, but this is going to dovetail into a question I have for you two guys. But Eric James Williams, he was one of the survivors of the Mexican trip where they went down for some quote-unquote cosmetic surgery to Mexico and ended up in the crosshairs of a drug cartel. Well, Eric James Williams, he survived it along with Tay McGee, who was the one that was getting the procedure done.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Williams' wife, her name's Michelle. She got interviewed, and she said, I didn't know he was traveling to Mexico.
Okay.
I just knew he was going somewhere to help 2 friends. You know what? Drug cartels can be scary, but an ex-wife that you did not give all your information to before you left is going to be far scarier, my friend.
Wait, ex-wife?
No, his wife.
Oh, wife. Okay.
His wife, not an ex-wife. Wow. The woman he's currently married to. She had no idea he went to Mexico. He just said he was going to help 2 friends. Uh-huh. She said when she last heard from her husband on Friday morning, that's when he texted her. He texted her. Ken, what would happen to you if you texted your wife, hey, I'm going to help some friends out, and then it turns out you're in Mexico?
Well, I mean, in our situation, it'd be a big deal.
Well, yeah, I think in my situation, if the cartel didn't get me, my wife would.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea, gentlemen. You don't go tell your wife, honey, I'm just going to, and text her, I'm just going to go see some friends, go help them out.
That depends on the kind of situation they have.
Yeah, it could be. They may have a...
I mean, they may, it just may never be a big deal. Hey, I'm going to help out a couple of friends. Okay, love you. See you later.
All right, have fun. We'll see you. But that's kind of scary. I mean, then to learn that he was in Mexico and then nearly could have lost his life.
Yeah. It was scary, all right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was... Yeah, she said that she and their 11-year-old son had been able to speak to him on the phone from the hospital and said he was quite emotional, which I'm sure he was. They didn't expect this.
No.
But still, gosh, man, I think I'd be a little more forthcoming to the wife, let her know what's going on and...
I think I would have just not gone across the border for cosmetic surgery.
Well, that would have been my first thing if somebody asked me, hey, man, you want to go with me down to the border, down to Mexico?
I mean, you got to be aware of what is going on. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, a lot of times we talk about ignorance is bliss until consequence.
And exactly, and that's a good example of it.
And these people apparently had no idea how dangerous that could be, especially in that part of Mexico for which the State Department had a travel advisory out for.
Well, and also it was said, I don't know, it could have been this gentleman, but they said one of the people going down there did express some concern about going down there, but he was the only one out of the 4.
I would have said no.
No.
Well, that'd been my answer, too.
I'll pass.
Because yeah, I think I'll pass on this.
You want to get what?
Yeah, you want to get what? Where?
No.
No, don't think so. Well, and two, I think a lot of Americans, when they hear drug cartels, I think they think of like old Fred down the street that's selling pot to somebody. They think they're that harmless.
Yeah.
They're not.
Well, and drug cartels is just part of what they do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Apparently, these folks were mistaken for rival human traffickers.
Yeah, they thought they were from Haiti.
And, yeah. Apparently, you don't, they happened upon the wrong turf.
Exactly. So, but, Mac, being a young guy, I would strongly suggest to you that you always communicate.
Yes.
With Hannah and let her know where you're going to be and what you're doing.
Hey, I'm in Brownsville, Texas.
And get ready to go to Mexico, Hannah.
Getting ready to go get a Corona.
Yeah, with a couple of buds.
I'll bring you back a chalupa.
Yeah.
I understand they're 12 points south of the border.
Ken and Johnny said they wanted some authentic Mexican food, so I thought I'd get them some.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be careful going down there. Hey, we've talked about some crazy animal encounters. There's one in Arizona.
Let's hear it, Brother Johnny B.
Oh, you're going to love this. An Arizona resident returned to her home on Monday. What'd she find in the doggy bed, sleeping away? A bobcat.
Yeah, I saw that story.
Yeah. She contacted authorities, but the wild animal decided to leave on its own after a nap. The homeowner suspects that the cat came through the doggy door. Oh, yeah, the old doggy door. Yeah, you'll always get something uninvited.
Oh.
I mean, especially in this area, you could get a possum. You could get a raccoon.
Oh,
In fact,
for sure.
I think Dan's had a raccoon in his garage thanks to the doggy door.
How is the Arizona doggy doing?
Well, it doesn't say anything about the doggy. The Arizona Game and Fish Department tweeted photos of the bobcat in bed with a blanket and reminded residents not to handle entrapped or hurt wildlife themselves. A parody account called Natik Bobcat replied, saying this was a terrible Airbnb experience.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so they put a blanket on the bobcat? They
I guess
tucked it in?
It was just a blanket in the bed. And
I think so, yeah. He probably moved it
naturally
around.
just
fluffed
said,
it
yeah.
up and took him a little nap.
Yeah, he took a little nap while he was in the house.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, and he left on his own. Okay, she's a little concerned.
Nap does sound nice.
Yeah, but I've always wanted to do what this gentleman did. I've always wanted to have a bizarre house, like something that wouldn't be out, like a church. I've always thought if you could really find a great, beautiful church and turn it into a home, that would be so cool.
That is cool. That's a good idea.
Well, old Jeff Mann, he purchased the Sawtree Station in Scotland 30 years ago. He converted it into a 6-bedroom home.
Whoa.
Yeah, a train station.
Whoa.
And it's now listed at $600,000. That's how much it is. It includes
That's it?
That's it. That's all it costs. And it includes a 1950s train and real tracks. I would love this.
Wait, where is this? Switzerland?
I would do this Scotland.
Scotland. Okay, this sounds incredible.
I would love this. He grew up in England during World War II, said he loved riding on trains during his youth. And if you want to pull in the station but don't want to buy it to guests, you can stay there at Sawtree Station for around $120 a night. Not bad.
It feels really reasonable.
Yeah, it does. The whole thing, even buying it.
They're just not dealing with the Biden inflation, so.
Yeah.
They don't have that over there.
Yeah, they don't have that.
That's what's going on.
That Biden economy.
Yeah, we're giving Ukraine all our money.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll be sleeping under trains before long. But yeah, this would be cool. You know what I've really always wanted to do? I was hoping I'd get rich, but that's never going to happen, obviously. But what I wanted to do when I came to town, I wanted to, especially after he was dead and gone, I wanted to buy Waylon Jennings' house. Yeah. I thought that'd be so cool.
That would be awesome.
To have Waylon's old house, because
how much it cost, Brother Johnny B?
Oh gosh, I would say it's probably in the millions. It's got to be a little over $1 million.
Where's it at?
It's in Brentwood. It's on Old Hickory Boulevard. It's right across the street from the Walgreens that's there and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I know exactly where. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a really cool house. It's got it's got a big fence around it. It's kind of a green color. And what's cool is right over the entryway, they have this black wrought iron over it with his flying W, and it says Southern Comfort, which is what he named the home. And whoever owns it now kept it up, which thank you for doing that. I'm so glad you did.
That's important.
Yeah, it is. Because that was such a cool house. Always, when I first got to town and I first saw it, I went, man, that's where the dude lives. And what was funny was that I had my cousin in the back of a pickup driving. That's what we were looking at the house in, this beat up old pickup. And my younger cousin was in the bed, and Jesse Coulter came out and saw my cousin in the bed and started laughing. So that was kind of a neat.
That's cool.
That is cool.
That was a really cool thing. But have you guys ever wanted to do that, like buy something that, I mean, just a strange place or a strange, like a train station to turn a house into?
Mm-hmm.
Or has that just been weirdo me? Apparently just me.
I mean, like
something you couldn't share in. That's okay.
That's just something I've just never thought about.
I would invite, I'll invite you all over if
I'll come over.
I'd come over there, Brother Johnny B.
Yeah, I'm all ears, yeah.
That'd be cool, man.
Bust open the walls, see if Waylon left anything, hid anything in any secret hiding place.
Huh, like some booger sugar?
Some money.
Some money.
Cash.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there as far as that goes.
They'd have a pool?
Yeah, they do. They got a pool.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that
and they
story.
Also have a tennis court.
Oh, Waylon played tennis, did he?
I don't think so. I think Jesse did.
Yeah.
I can't picture Waylon out there. Okay, Waylon.
Out there in his hat and his jacket.
The funniest story.
That's a good serve, Hoss.
The funniest story ever told to us was by his son, Terry. God rest his soul.
That was a great interview, man. That was fun.
But the funniest story of all was when they were in playing in Miami. and Terry was on the beach with a roadie. And there were these girls that were playing volleyball, and they were playing topless.
Yeah.
And Waylon didn't like to go out in public much and wouldn't dress up in his normal vest and cowboy hat, the whole thing. So he summoned up to Waylon's room. Terry is. And they're talking some business, and Waylon goes, "What are you guys doing?" He said, "We're watching some naked girls." And said his dad went, "Naked girls? Where?" And he opened the window. He said, "See over there, those girls playing volleyball?" He goes, "Why, they are naked." And so Terry leaves the room, goes down. The other guy, whose name was Baja Bob. Baja Bob. I don't think he's with us anymore either. But Baja Bob said, "You're not going to believe this. Look who's come down here. Dressed up in hat, vest, jeans, the whole 9 yards, but the Waylon Jennings looked, Waylon Jennings."
Wow.
Walking amongst the girls.
Oh, Waylon changed his mind, thought he'd step out.
Yeah. Let's go step out
Yeah,
and see
I'll come outside for a minute.
That's a nice night.
And I'll dress up exactly like Waylon. I won't disguise anything.
Oh, yeah. Make sure people know.
Yeah, he knew where his priorities were. Well, we got a lot more Chalk Radio coming your way. Guys, thanks so much for this entire week. We got one more day of it and enjoyed every bit of it. You guys are fun to work with. Another guy that's fun to work with, Michael Del Giorno, is up next at 12 noon. It's Murphy Show. And then on your ride home, you take the drive with Brian Wilson. You keep it right here, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.